Good morning. Whoa. I don't know if you could hear me there. Just want to give you an early warning that maybe in about 10 or so minutes, we'll be calling on chiefs, proxies to start gathering to secure your flags, and we'll give some additional guidance on how we're going to handle grand entry. So just kind of an advance warning that there is a full agenda today through your the full 3 days of the assembly here, and that we just want to make sure that we're getting started in a good time. So just giving you a warning that we'll be calling on you in about 10 minutes or so to come up and grab your flags, and we'll get you lined up outside for grand entry. So just an early warning there. Miigwech. Good morning again. Just want to call on the good morning, everyone. We're going to start requesting that the chief's proxies start lining up over to my left to gather your flags. There's some staff, which is kind of funny, going to find your flags for you. So if we could just get you to start lining up here, these gentlemen are going to assist you at finding your flags. So that's chiefs and proxies. For the when there's flags that are not secured because there aren't chiefs or proxies here, we'll call on other guests. Also, we'll call on Elder Richard, the uh, the grandmothers, the nation councils, the who else have we got? The Anishinabek Nation leadership. Also to gather, you're going to go out in behind the screen to outside. There'll be staff directing you, and then we'll start. Once you're assembled, we'll call on uh, the drum to start its work. So Miigwech, so if you could start lining up, the staff will help you. Not the stand, just
Nope.
take it out of the stand. Oh,
Okay, there we go.
no, okay. Do you want to help them, Sarah?
I got zero training on this.
You're supposed to take that.
Can you help them? Can you guys get in?
Come up.
Yeah.
Come up.
Yeah, pull them out.
I didn't say that.
Oh.
You didn't say.
That's the name of the group. Can you make sure to announce?
Yeah, I will once we get started, yes, yeah. Okay, Miigwech.
You got her. Now we're on the end of it. Is it not prior? I'm just gonna.
Can somebody get over there to direct them outside? I say get.
I just.
now asked to call on the Anishinabek Nation staff. If there are other guests here that would like to honor our other flags whose chiefs delegates aren't with us today, that's very acceptable. So if you would like to join in the grand entry, and honor one of the community's flags who aren't with us in person today, that would be very much appreciated. Miigwech. Can I grab one? You're asking Yes. There might, I have that. Just like. So again, calling on some for some assistance with some of the other flags, also for the grandmothers, nation councils, commissioners, special guests. We have guests from the military who'd like to join the grand entry. Please feel free to join them outside just behind the screen to my left. And Rhonda Cucci will organize you outside. And once we have that all straightened out, we'll call on the Medicine Lodge singers to do grand entry and a flag song. And noting that they are from the Chippewa, the Thames, that's in our southwest region. Miigwech. You got it, brother?
Extra flag.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone. Did you find? Did you end up finding? Yeah, we got. Oh.
Okay, how do they talk? There we go.
Are you trained for this? Yes, I've transferred my membership.
Calling on our Anishinaabeg Nation regional chiefs also to proceed outside to my left to join the grand entry as well. Rhonda gets everything organized outside. So just bear with us for a few minutes. Miigwech. We're getting close. Just trying to get the Gama organized out there. They're giving us a bit of a hard time. No, just kidding. Uh, for a minute, Elder's just giving some guidance to the Gama and Gama Kwe and all the other representatives bringing that are part of Grand Entry. Good morning. We're prepared for grand entry. I'd like to call on the Medicine Lodge Singers from Chippewa to the Thames to bring in the grand entry, the flags, the flag staffs, and the leadership and representatives from across the Anishinabek Nation. Miigwech. Miigwech Medicine Lodge Singers for the grand entry song. You're having a little drink. It's always a powerful part of our assembly. We'll call on the Medicine Lodge Singers again from Chippewa to the Thames for a flag song.
Oh,
Miigwech, if I can call on everyone that's carrying a flag, flag staff to post those up. If I can ask some of the Anishinabek Nation staff who aren't carrying flags to come up here, if there's any assistance needed, you can start posting your flags. Miigwech. To the podium, please. Up that part of the grand entry. I just want to give Leroy Dolson, Donna, who's to my right here, and Richard just a heads up that we're going to be calling on you momentarily. So it was Leroy Dolson, Donna, and Richard. Okay, I think we're all set to get going. We had a powerful grand entry, and again, miigwech to the Medicine Lodge Singers from Chippewa, the Thames, uh, for their powerful song and drum. So we're going to get started on the opening, Thanksgiving, Nago Dwe Wangizit Anishinaabe, and then we're going to call on Elder Richard for a little bit of sort of a teaching this morning. If I can also call on the assembly for those who are on the outside of the chiefs circle here, if we could take the conversations outside the room. In the past, the chiefs have found it difficult to focus on the proceedings, and if we could just respectfully take those outside the room, that would be appreciated. There's lots of opportunity. There's chairs and couches around the facility here. Would be much appreciated. So with that, I'm going to call on Leroy Dolson from the Southwest region, who I just like to note someone that from when I first started at the Anishinabek Nation, he was there doing a number of things, including working on our, I think it was finance committee at the time, or treasury board. there's only one person that's always there before everyone else, wherever we are, and that's Leroy Dulcet. He's never late. And there he is to my right. So I'm going to call on Leroy to do the opening, and then we'll call on Donna to do our Nagodwe, Wangazit, Anishinaabe, and then Richard. So thank you, Miigwech, for joining us, Leroy. Here you go.
Didi Shinzi, Leroy Dawson, Southwest Region. Getchajig Elder, I think for the past 10 years now. Come from Muncie Delaware Nation and the Wolfgang. So we have three distinct languages in this area that those are not familiar. We have three reserves out here about 15 miles southwest of London. That's Oneida Nation, and that's Sagoli. We have Chippewa, the Thames First Nation, Ani Bajo, and Oneida Nation, Sagoli. So we do the Thanksgiving in Lenape language. So Anishi Kishimakwe, Ilimiliang, Yonkai Kishwik, Walk, Meech Walkin, Olam, Oskin Walkin, Di Anagonati, Dimiki, Anishik Kishimakwe, Ilimiliang, Kukanaki, Walk, Kushuk, Walk, Nipahum, Walk, the long way walk, Papata, Quick, Anishik, Kaus, Kishalamakwe, Ilimilang, Retindo, Walk, Mumbi is water, Asano, stones, and wind, trees and flowers, grasses and medicines. So Anishik is thanks, Kishamakwe, a creator, and Ilimilang for giving us animals, birds, fish, and insects. We also thank the Creator for giving us our families, grandmother, grandfathers, mothers and fathers, our children and friends. And Anishik, sorry, got mixed up here. Lapi, Anishik, Ili Milium, Yankoi Kishkik walk, Niba Musa walk, and Anishik, 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 Anishik.
Miigwech, Leroy. We're going to call on Donna to do the opening. Okay, you're going to come up to the mic. Okay, Miigwech.
Abusho. Bevde kweden genin diga Anishinabek kwenda gigondo demawe. Shikne genin genot magna. Mr. Chikwemi get trying the bench get quick banana get cook Miss Sonic Mishum Sinan gain or bit go what to be sindach ya to be dot gain or she can that's what shinda when we win non question. Me no get can I go in ganang and dying. You know when Jim name come to us what to be pretending. Mi da tamma da jikwe kidia mandan go down gis in Anishinaabe. Mi ye ne ekdang go jim mounted ding go jim nine question. And those of you who know, just follow along with me. Go down gis in Anishinaabe. Debench get gisan in Anishinaabe and the king gibet gon god and him the dwat suin. Shkoden beke noden gibet go stone and we nagdo and ming man pishkak mekang. De bench get giminan Anishinaaben get so and dog Anishinaaben or nagdochin. Then the nisho sekin madwinen. Dagi dwin, de boy win. Naden moin, boka win, but then this win, quick what win, me no shock day win. De bench get kimin do not dead bune win not dwinding. Come not in Danaga be show back. Me no get go mego show back. Me no get yabe one show back. Me just me wetch kidding. Me wetch, me wetch, me wetch, me wetch.
Miigwech, Donna, and Miigwech, Leroy. I was just standing over to the side. I was looking at the room, and Leroy commented how what a great facility it is for us to be in, and it was great. I was looking around, and it's really impressive the number of people that joined us today, and hopefully for the remainder of the week. It's really it's really important week, as we all know, and it's great to see everyone taking the time to join us. But and also those who haven't been able to join us in person. I know that there's people in our Zoom room as well as on watching on the live stream. So really appreciate you being here. I'd like to call on Richard Asinaway to now come up and have some remarks.
Bonjour, de nemag nedik. Benim kian kutun degu. Benes, nata moito sinigato temia. Hadi mi gwatsen da meneto minang wadingi shadimia. Eder kshitton da ook nishnabe. Ena melach shiget. Mis minang wading, ango boni wims kukat nishnabe. Imuji neget. Imuji genang we. Ogujin dang. Nishgaboyat. Hadden guganen jmars tang. Keget megibin geo deang ad matut saning. Mi gugat wang we. Mi na baus yang nu ka baus yang. Mi gwatsen dena ka bajajik de bekong matut saning. Amino sheba ke no. Ibze guyat nishnabe ke no. Minongo de muku bulchigate. Minongo de mat zin. Iminen. Agi bitik kwaktu nishnabe. Kene, ime gagas kenu net kubjigan. We gagas ke bin dagen is nikatik. Digi bitik ushin nishnabe wade. Ajugumek. Ime tanga getchkote. Anjamash tatwin koshkot negistu. Agi mak kane kalmata beat mi gatsin denak. Pogenen geno, ini kalma bezoat. Sheba. Mi gatsin dikit. Ahamne do hasan buni gidet tushin yabrin denwe. Gajagan ashim. Gagjettul. Migeni jenil mejan. Pigeni wishagan ashim ya. Migeni shapin de gasyan. Kawan piknik kenjin wakit ya wajan ashim. Wan pitchun zizi beton wan pitchwa. Hikken zyan wakit ya wan abisi don wakit ya. Gagjettundish. Good morning, everyone. Those of you that don't know me, I'm from Manitoba Sing Wikwemko. Richard Stenway was the name I was given. But my Anishinaabe is an Imkion Kut. Miwa, that's who I am. Thundercloud. I speak for them, I represent them, I sing to them, and I honor them. And guide me through. And coming here, it's been one complete cycle of 4 seasons that we've all been around to the last assembly at this time last year. So we give thanks to how we're starting off here. Last night, where we started, the ones that showed up, our leadership council that was there. We went into that Madut Sweat Lodge to prepare them. And they also brought something. And that's what they call those week-wallen bonnets. That was made for them, for our Gimakwe Linda, our Grand Council Chief, and Chief Plain, Deputy. It was made for him as well. Those are very, very important. Those are what we call miginawkwad. Those bonnets, feather bonnets. Anishinabek, from what I understand, that's how it used to be. When a leader was chosen. And when they were chosen, that bonnet means a lot to that Anishinaabe. And when they prepare them for that, whoever leader that is that's chosen, they have feathers on there. And the feathers they have to put on there is the feathers that they've received over time. That they were given, for a good deed. Maybe they did something. So they collected them. So there was a time when they were ready to lead. They were chosen. And those were the feathers that they put on. And the men. Also, there was something else with that weak one, with not only the feathers. It's the weasel that's tied on the sides. What is that one? What's its job? What's its duty? What's its purpose? Why? That's the one that can see the farthest, way ahead. That's when they're connected to what's called Nabokawin. That Nabokawin, that wisdom, they'll know what to do. They'll be shown. Because the weasel will guide them through to see that ahead, way ahead. That's what those are for. When you have those weasels hanging down on the side. And those are very powerful. Anything we wear like that, anything sacred. So last night, I'd like to thank my sister here, that put it all together. She was told how to do them, what to put on there. But I can't talk about it, only she can because she made them. But I can only talk about those ones. The meaning behind it. Those bonnets, very sacred. And last night, when we brought them in, I acknowledge all the spirits that are on that bonnet, whether they're any design that's on there, whether clans, flowers, anything, we sing to them. Even that we was thick birch bark tree, we sang that tree song last night for that we was. That helps us. Because what it did was it took its jacket off. That's that bark. Be squawed to help Anishinaabe. And that's what that is. So I know yesterday people asked me about the bonnets. How did they do that? What do you do with them? And you got to do a ceremony? But you got to do a ceremony. Now, ceremony and language, we have to stop saying that word in English when we do our gatherings like this. We use our language when we say ceremony in the language. And how do we say it? Anabi winikewin means, anabi means how you're putting it in order. How you're putting everything in order. Whether the berries go in order, every sacred items go in order, everything you're wearing, how you're putting everything in order, putting everything on. Anabi winikewin. The win at the end means the way it's done. That's what that means. So these bonnets, it took a while for them to be here, and they're here now. And these are sacred. And they speak. The Gemach that are here, that'll speak to you. Your bonnets will speak to you. And it'll tell you something. It will show you something. That's that spirit in that bonnet. They're all tied into that. And I know at the gathering yesterday in Toronto, I watched some of it on the live thing here. I couldn't go because I had to be here, get ready for the lodge. But I listened and I watched. Very good. How Anishinaabe came together. But sometimes we forget something. We all do. I forget too. We're human. We're not robots. We will never be perfect. We can try. We try. That's the main thing. So what I seen yesterday, I seen leaders over there speak, but no bonnets on. I seen them. You got to start putting those on. And when you put that on, there's something happens to you within. Start connecting with your spirit. So the Jaganash in this world, the government, when you meet with them, don't dress up like Jaganash, like the white man, when you meet them. Because they're going to control you. But if you wear your bonnets, your buckskin, whatever you have, moccasins, when you walk in and sit with them, they're afraid of that because you're bringing spirit in. You're bringing ancestors in. And those are the ones that are going to help you to be strong. That's what they're really, really afraid of is Anishinaabe. You know? But if we start, I shared it this morning at the sunrise. Miminik, that's enough. It's time for the sleeping giant to rise. And I'm not talking about the one in Thunder Bay. I'm talking about Anishinaabe. Start rising. Start speaking. Don't be ashamed. Use your gifts. Use your bundles that you were given. That's what those bundles are for. Your drum doesn't belong on the wall at home. Go up in the hall and take that down and start using it. Learn those songs. And if you don't want to, maybe it's best to take it to the museum. They'll hang it up for you. We've got to start using them. That's the only way we want to be strong. And I'd like to thank the Gimak that are here. Some aren't here with us. They'll be online. And I'd like to say Jimmy Witch for everybody at home listening to this. And I shared it out there too this morning is that I don't know if I'll see it in my lifetime with the nation, that one day I hope to see all 39 chiefs in here. 39 chiefs at the sunrise ceremony. Even more. That's how it's going to work. We need to all come together and do this. Just like me. Yes, the role I have is head gets it for the nation. I can't do it alone. One spirit can't do it alone. I need help too. I need help. Like, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be here forever. Just like Shikamba. But he left something behind. And he always told us many, many times, oh, but you got to do this. Don't forget what you're given. And I always say the same thing. Don't forget, you know, use what you're given. So, Gemak, from here on, it's okay to look back, but don't stare. Once you start staring, you're going to stir it up. It's from here on now that matters. It's time to rise, wear your bonnets wherever you go. Kabis kunya, dress yourself up. And when you negotiate with the Jaganash, even in your communities, you put those on. If you don't, you can lose them. If you leave them in your pickup truck, your vehicle, you can lose that. Be taken from you. That'll happen. It's happened before. And that's what happens is we forget. We forget. So you got to keep them with you wherever you go, right by you, and then keep them on. But I know there's different types of bonnets. We some. I saw one last night. A bonnet that's very, very old. It was all white feathers. And it came with a pipe, a two-stem pipe. That's old, that one. It's coming around slowly. Maybe that one's needed, I don't know. But there's going to be more. And I'm so thankful and I'm glad to see this with the Gemach that are here. Maybe some of them will show up as the week goes on, I don't know. But help them too. Remind them, hey, where's your hat? Time to wear them. And keep wearing them. And because somebody put you there. Don't forget about those people. So, what's going on right now? And we all know it, Bill 5 and everything else. It's all about the land. That's what it all boils down to. So Raganashuk, or what we call them is Gukushuk. All they want to do is eat everything, harvest everything they want. But we are the keepers of the land. We are the ones to speak for the land, to speak for the treaties, speak for the water, speak for the people, speak for everything, the language. What makes up Anishinaabe? It's about the land, people, and the language. If we lose one of them, the rest will follow. And if we lose it, our nation will be gone, will be done. That's why it's important that that sleeping giant has to start rising and start speaking and speak for the land, speak for the treaties even more. Protect them. You're our leaders. Protect the water. Everything. Protect the people. Protect the language. And don't be afraid to do it. But how you speak is what makes a big difference. And how you speak is this. I shared it last night, how to do it. And I'm not, like, I could see the government, what they're doing. They're digging their own mine where they're going to sit down bottom there sometime, burying themselves. That's what they're doing. It's not working, and it's not going to work. What they're trying to do. So what they're trying to do is this. Go around the First Nations leaders without consulting with them. They want to go around you. That's what they've been doing for a long time. The Métis, they do that too. They'll go around you, and they go right to the government. We need to stop that. And I showed you this morning how to do it. With that knife I drove in the ground. Yeminik, that's enough. Time to rise. Time to say no to Bill 5. Your spirit will be guiding you when you do that. Our communities, the drug world, me and Nick, that's enough. We need to start doing more. I get tired when I go home or in my community. I go to the treatment center trying to help these clients that are lost in the drug world. I can't do it alone. I need help too. I'm trying to help them. What the Dragonosh created, they're the ones that created that damage. And we're the ones trying to fix it. We even help the Dragonosh ones. They come to us for help. We help their people too. That's Anishinaabe. That's who we are. But the government don't see it like that. They don't. They don't even want to go there. But remember this, I get mocked right here. On Sunsastan, understand this, is that what is the whole meaning behind leadership? What's the whole meaning behind that? Anyway, when you know that, you'll be on your way. Be all good. This shit. So here, all of us here, you're going to be sharing. Nobody knows. We're no higher than anybody else in this room. I'm not. And no lower than anybody else. We're all equal here. But this is our time. This is our time to come together. Listen to the Gemach. When they traveled one whole year from last year at this time at their assembly, we're going to listen what they collected, what they did, what didn't work, or what they're struggling with. We're going to hear it here. But they will know what to do from here on. But I know this, if we do this right, we're going to get visits. Maybe during the week, if we do it right. Who's going to visit us? Nimkik, the thunders. Come and clean up for us. So, Miwachadimilim that are here wearing your bonnets. You keep them on every day here. When we're done, yes, you can take them off, but you're still a chief, even when those are off. You're still a chief while they're sleeping. They will come to visit you, show you something, tell you something, give you something. They keep going. For the ones that don't have a bonnet yet, don't worry. A day will come. Don't worry about that. But like I said, there's different bonnets out there in this world. There's different Anishinabek, even in the States. A lot of them, when they made you know those big bonnets that they wear in the States over there? Well, those feathers stood up. But how did they go like this? You know, like the only how they went like that was when they rode their horses with those bonnets on. You know, running real fast. Then the wind is the one that shapes them. That's how they curled. In the rain, whatever. That's how they shaped themselves. You know? But that's what they were over there. We have ours. We have ours. How we're given. So with that, Kachimi, watch for listening. And I know for me, I'm going to listen today. Don't worry about me. I'll be sitting over there. And I'll probably, during the day, I'll probably fall asleep here and there. We had late night last night, and I got up at 4 this morning for sunrise. So sunrise again tomorrow. Same time. We'll be here. Okay, Mark, I want to attend. Come. This is your gathering. This is yours. We come to listen. People at home are listening. They need to hear you too. I know there's a lot more to share, but so little time to do this. I'd like to say miigwech for listening. Mabawamino. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that, Elder Richard. Really important messages there, and it was a good reminder for me. Acknowledging sometimes you make mistakes along the way, and I made one this morning. Well, I probably made a number of them, which I'm sure the staff will point out to me after the assembly, or maybe even during it, that I failed to introduce myself. I like to think everyone knows me. I'm Alan Dokis. I'm my home role at the Union of Ontario Indians Anishinaabeg Nation is Director of Operations. I've been your interim CEO since the end of July last year. That's coming to an end soon, and Grand Chief will speak to that later on. So with that, that's who I am. So you know who speaking in your assembly. And I made a note while Richard was speaking. I said, I wrote down here, or I typed, introduce yourself, dummy. So I didn't forget. And I didn't. So with that, we're going to, I just want to acknowledge the Southwest region for hosting us this year. It's a really important time for the Anishinaabeg Nation and all of our Anishinaabe communities, and acknowledge the Eagle staff, the drum and the medicines, the elders, the nation councils, the commissioners, and also importantly is I know we always do this sort of it seems at the end, and sometimes not everyone is here at the end. We have important business to go do in your communities or back to our jobs or our families. The staff of the Anishinaabeg Nation Union of Ontario Indians is ensured and has worked hard to make sure that the assembly is prepared for you this week, and I just wanted to acknowledge them right now. While we have a full house, we have our resolution committee, we have our communications teams, we have our staff from our various departments, including directors, managers, policy staff, support staff. We had we have our governance team here who works to ensure that all of the protocols are taken care of for you, to make sure that the assembly is in good order and has is a good place for you to meet in. But I wanted to point out specifically Sarah St. Louis. I think I don't have my glasses on. I think she's in the back still. Usually, if you can't see her, you could hear her. So those of you who know Sarah, you can always hear her. Sarah, if you could stand up, please. This is over the last 11 months or so, I've had the pleasure, I'm not sure Sarah's had the pleasure of having to work with me. I've witnessed somebody who puts out superhuman efforts on your behalf, especially the last couple of weeks. And I just wanted to make sure that while you were here and that we had a lot of people here, that she was acknowledged for her extremely dedicated Anishinaabe way. So thank you, Miigwech, Sarah, for all that. Now it's my pleasure to move to the portion of the agenda where I pass this over to introduce our co-chairs and look for a motion to have them co-chair your assembly for you. While it's probably disappointing you won't hear from me after that, rest assured I'm on the agenda again later on. So first of all, I'd like to introduce Sherry Crowley, who is a member of Anishinaabe First Nation, and who I'm sure she'll be able to speak for herself better than I can. She is an elected councillor for Anishinaabe, serving the current term of 2024 to 2026, and has been a previously elected councillor from 2012 to 2018 and 2022 to 2024. So obviously a long serving in her community. And when I was looking through her bio, which is included in your kits, she worked 27 years as finance manager with Intertech Instrumentation that's located at Chippewa Industrial Park in their community, and retired as of December 31st, 2024. So I'd just like to say congratulations for that. Obviously, very dedicated member or citizen of Aamjiwnaang First Nation. So congratulations for that. And you've also worked with the Anishinabek Nation as a co-chair, but also in other capacities over the years. So appreciate that leadership. Yeah. So we also would like to introduce Adam Francis Fiddler. I'm reading what's there, Adam. He's a former, Adam's a lawyer and a former chief of Sandy Lake First Nation in Northwestern Ontario. He lives and works out of his home in Sandy Lake, where he was raised in part by his grandmother, immersed in the language and culture. Adam has a passion for the land and maintains strong connection by spending time hunting, fishing, and just being out there. He was instilled with the elders' teachings that we have and a spiritual connection to the land, and that is medicinal and full of healing. Adam's law practices focuses first on Anishinaabe law and utilizing Indigenous laws within a modern context, specifically with an emphasis on including and prioritizing traditional laws in major developments affecting First Nations or the creation of institutions that affect Indigenous people. And it would be familiar to us here who's provided co-chair support for us before. So I would like to welcome them and ask if the chiefs, if we could have a motion to accept both Sherry and Adam as your co-chairs for your assembly for the next 3 days. So there's looks like unanimous support for that. Lots of hands up looking to support that motion. So I will look and suggest that that's consensus to have them fulfill that duty on your behalf. See no opposition to that. Okay, Miigwech. So with that, I'll turn it over to our co-chairs to navigate your assembly for you. So Chi Miigwech, and look forward to hearing from you through the next 3 days.
Ani, Sherry Crowley Nindijnakas. Oh, I got too much going on here. Wapskwa and Dago, Anjanan Dunjaba, Anishinaabe Nindao, Mishika Dodam. I'd like to acknowledge the bundle and the good medicines before us. And I'd like to acknowledge the elders and the youth. And I'd like to acknowledge all the chiefs and the delegates, Grand Council Chief Linda Dubasky, Deputy Grand Chief Chris Plain, and the 4 regional chiefs. Welcome to London and to Southwest Region. It's an honor to host the Grand Council Assembly 2025. I'm a proud Anishinaabe from Aamjiwnaang, and then I'm currently an elected councillor within Aamjiwnaang. I'm very humbled to be asked to co-chair this Grand Council Assembly with Adam Fiddler, and this is truly an honor and miigwech. And I'm not familiar with all the chiefs, so forgive me, but I'm not acquainted with it all. So if you could state your name when you come up to the mic for the records. We have 3 great days ahead of us. We have full agendas, and we have a lot of presentations to get through, and I'm looking forward to working with you. Having said that, we'll move right into the agenda with some housekeeping. So I just want to remind all the chiefs to sign in this morning and also again this afternoon when you come back in from lunch, okay? Also, just to let you know, the bathrooms are just outside the door there to your right. And we have a lot of vendors out in the corridor there and a lot of information booths. So please support our local vendors. And due to the significant number of registrations, we are very close to catering for the numbers for tonight. So be mindful. And I just want to quickly remind you to turn off your phones or put your phones on silent and turn down your tone for your phones, just for the speakers. Miigwech, and I'll bring this over to Adam to open up the agenda. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Ani bonjour, nada juga bon dijinkas na meben do dem, ego nego zagning donji, and then shenil. Ego miigwech dan agagi pak na mwach, no gum gagi jebayak, chihag, get sijik, ego minagagi mategi wach, ego gakna magayak, ugmakweg, ego minagskad zag, skinigajik, get sijik, kwewak, gakna buguma, bujog den nawa. So it's great to be here. Thank you for allowing us to work with you for the next 3 days. Really looking forward to our discussions, really packed agenda, and we'd like to get right into it. So I'd like to do some housekeeping matters, also the procedural motions to, first of all, I'll go through the rules of procedure, just a quick summary. And then we will go through the agenda, and then I'll ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. A couple of things. We are trying to move away from using paper. We'd like to save a few trees. We do have packages, meeting packages in binders, but we are moving to electronic packages. So everyone would have gotten an email over the last couple of days. Also, if you're registered, you would have gotten an email this morning. It would have come from Anishinabek Nation, and it's actually from Engage, the team that is doing all of the technical work. So you would have gotten an email. In that email, there's some information. There's a couple of icons to click. One is you can click on the agenda, and that gives you the full agenda. There's also another icon that you can click. I believe it's I think it's titled Platform. I'm looking to the team to help me out. But there is a link with all of the meeting materials that you can click on. So you click on that, you have the agenda, you have all of the information that is also included in the binders. So again, we're moving to electronic. Most of us have devices now, either if you have a laptop or even on your phone. All of that information is accessible. If you do need the binder, they are available. I think they're at the registration booth. But again, we're moving to electronic versions. So just to let people know. Also, there is Anishinaabemowin translation available. So if you would like to listen to the Anishinaabemowin translation, there are headsets available just to my right. Come and pick up a headset. If you are listening on Zoom, if you're logged in, if you go to the bottom of the screen, there's a little translation icon. It's a globe icon. Click on that. There's another button to click, and then you can listen to the simultaneous Anishinaabemowin translation. So that's available. Also to note, we'd like to acknowledge the rules of procedure, Ugmakweg, and proxies, just to let you know. We don't go through a process to adopt the rules of procedure as part of the Anishinaabemowin that you have established the rules of procedure. They have not changed significantly in the last couple of years. The last change was 2 years ago, 2023, but I don't believe that any of the rules were changed as part of the procedure. But there is a requirement to acknowledge that we have that. And there is a standing rules of procedure that we will be following. So that's the rules that, as co-chairs, that you've mandated us to follow. A couple of things, though, I don't want to go through the whole document. It is available in your packages. A couple of things, quorum requirement. is in order to make decisions, we need 60% of the Anishinabek Nation chiefs present here in the room and also online. So we do require 24 chiefs or proxies to be in the room to make decisions and to have resolutions. A couple of other points. The rules of procedure was changed a number of years ago to allow for virtual sessions. So this is a hybrid session. We do have a number of chiefs. I think I saw 3 or 4 earlier that are also present in the assembly, but online through the online portal. Also a reminder, if you wish to speak to any issue or practice, and it's actually in the rules, just to approach the microphone. And as we ask, if you can state your name and the nation that you are representing, just so that we can have that for the record. A couple of other things regarding the platform. They may be making some changes. I know I did get an email a couple of days ago. I clicked it. I did see the platform. So that information might be changing as we go. But all of the slide decks and all of the resolutions and everything that is being presented, that should be available online as well. So that covers a little bit of the rules. So what I'll do now is I'd like to go through the agenda. Everyone has a copy of the agenda. What I will do is I'll go through the agenda, and then I will require a mover and a seconder. This is just a motion. And then we can open it up for discussion. So if you have any comments or suggestions, or you'd like to discuss the agenda, we will first need a mover and a seconder. So the agenda is before you. Again, this is the Grand Council Assembly 2025. The theme is Mamozik, Mamwinigonik, Minwa, Manatstuing, Kamashkoziunan. Bringing us all together and celebrating our collective strength. This is at the 4 Points Sheraton, London, Ontario, Tuesday, June 3rd to Thursday, June the 5th. So very quickly going through day 1, we had the sunrise ceremony at 5 a.m. Registration opened at 8 a.m. with a hot breakfast and delegate and guest registration. 9 a.m. We were to start the grand entry with the Medicine Lodge Singers. We were a little bit late, but we got through the protocols. We had the opening Thanksgiving with Leroy Dolson, Donna Debasage, and Richard Sineway, the Getsit, and Miigwech for the opening protocols. Then we got into meeting logistics, the introduction and the acceptance of the meeting co-chairs. That was led by Alan Dokis, the interim chief executive officer. And then we have the review and the acceptance of the agenda. That'll be done by myself, co-chair Adam Fiddler, and co-chair Sherry Crowley. We will then have the welcome and opening remarks. I know we're a little bit behind, but it was important to do the protocols properly. But we are a little bit behind, but we will get caught up before the end of the day. So the welcome and opening remarks, Grand Council Chief Linda Debasage, Deputy Grand Council Chief Chris Plain, Melvin Hardy, the Northern Superior Regional Chief, Scott McLeod, Lake Huron Regional Chief, Marcia Smoke, Southeast Regional Chief, and Chief Joe Muskokoman, Southwest Regional Chief. On the agenda, we have a break, but we'll see where things are at that point. And then we will come back. We will have to go into a corporate meeting just to deal very quickly with some corporate matters. So we'll have a motion to go into a corporate session dealing with the Union of Ontario Indians corporate meeting. We'll have the audit process update and then a resolution to confirm the auditor for the next fiscal year. Also a review and acceptance of the 2024 UOI corporate minutes. Those are just the corporate session, not the full assembly. That'll be led by Alan Dokis, of course, interim chief executive officer. We'll then switch over. We'll have the UOI bylaw amendment approval. That presentation will be made by Fred Belfoyle, director of legal. There will also be a resolution to amend the corporate bylaws. And then we'll go into another corporate session, so we'll require a motion to go into that, dealing with the Anishinabek Nation Seven Generations Charity Corporate Meeting. We'll have the audit process update, very similar to the one right before that, and then review and accepting the 2024 AN7GC corporate minutes. So again, that'll be Alan Dokis, interim Chief Executive Officer. On the agenda, the set time is 11:15. We'll be a little bit behind, but we'll have the Ontario First Nation Limited Partnership and Sovereign Wealth. We'll have an update from Patrick Madabi, who's here, as well as a resolution on the Sovereign Wealth representative appointment. Next on the agenda, we have policing. That will be led and introduced by Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage. We do have on the agenda Chief of Police Jeff Sky. I'm also told we may have James Killeen, also Chief of Police. On the agenda, we have a lunch hour. We'll have the spirit plate and the Thanksgiving. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Of course, following Anishinaabemowin, we will have the various themes. We'll start with the Wabajesh Shadudem theme, dealing with economic development. We'll have Darlene Solomon, the Manager of Economic Development, leading that presentation, discussion on the Indigenous Governing Body, a steering committee on energy development. There will be a resolution. Also, the Indigenous Business Advisory Council, we'll have a resolution for that as well. The tourism strategy will have a resolution, and Chiefs Committee on Economic Development request for members. So that'll be explained further. Also, there is a potential for a Chiefs Committee on capitalization. That'll be discussed and presented by Regional Chief Joe Muskokoman, as well as Todd Lewis, the Director of Policy. We'll have a health break at 2:15, and then at 2:30 we'll come back with the Ajajak Dudim theme on governance. We'll have Dr. Jeanette Corbier-Laval, Patrick Madabi, and Southeast Regional Chief Marcia Smoke. So that'll be the Anishinabek Nation Declaration on Debendaguzajik, and there will be a resolution as part of that. We'll have Barbara Nolan talking about Anishinaabemowin, Nigan Wadud, and Makanagew an update with Leslie McGregor, the Chief Executive Officer of Makanagon. We'll then at 3 o'clock get into the Wawashkesh Dodem theme. This is dealing with reconciliation. The recommendation is that this session be in camera. And we'll explain further the in-camera requirements for that session. But we will have Dr. Dirk Heyer, who's the Chief Coroner for Ontario. Two separate things. Number one, information on the repatriation of ancestors in the care of the Office of the Chief Coroner, the Ontario Forensic Pathology Service, and also the Child and Youth Death Review Transformation. So that will take us to the end of the day, 4:15, and we will close for the day. Of course, we won't close the assembly. We want to allow a little bit of time because at 5 p.m. there is a special, again, I want to say ceremony, but Getsajik Sinaway told us not to use the word ceremony. And I wrote down the word that he gave me. If I got it right, Unabiwe Kevin. Is it close, Richard? Nabi in Kevin. We Kevin. Okay, miigwech. I was going to say that means ceremony, but I can't say ceremony. But you know what I mean. Miigwech. So we're trying to get ready for that this evening. Starts at 5 o'clock. So we want to make sure there's a little bit of time. So we need to be done by 4:15. So we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Lots of good discussions. So just be mindful of the time frames. We don't like to minimize or cut people off, but we want to be able to deal with all of the matters on the agenda for today. So We encourage everybody to be on point and concise when you are speaking to an issue, and so that we can move on and make decisions. So that's the agenda for day one for tomorrow. Day two. The sunrise ceremony at 5 a.m. Registration is at 8 a.m., 9 o'clock. We'll start with a recap of day number one. And then at 9:15, the theme is Gigun Dudem, Lands and Resources. We'll have Lorianne Whitaker, the policy analyst, dealing with Great Lakes and First Nation project funding. There will be a resolution. Aerial spraying, there will also be a resolution. We'll have Chief Keith Knott, Curve Lake First Nation, leading a discussion on management of Kanamage, Wapkong, and other parks, and that will include a resolution. We'll have Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation, talking about the Chiefs Committee for the Environment, and then Jason Laurent, Director of Lands and Resources, talking about trapping harmonization agreement. At 10 a.m., we'll switch over to the Mang Du Dem theme, dealing with infrastructure. We'll have Jamie Koistinen, the manager, and topics will be emergency management update, Anishinabek Nation infrastructure strategy, and there will be a resolution as part of that presentation. We'll have a health break at 10:30. 10:45, Makwa Dudem, which is the health theme. We'll have Jamie Rastool, Director of Health, talking about the Anishinabek Advisory Council on Health, and there will be a resolution as part of that. We'll have Stephanie Lockhart, Chief Operating Officer, Ontario Health, and then we'll have Geraldine Manitowabi, the lead, presenting on health transformation. At 11:15, the social development theme, Wawashkish Dudem. We'll have Duke Peltier presenting on the Children's Commissioner update. And then we'll have Stan Cloud, the Director of Social Development, presenting on the prevention-focused customary care. That will have a resolution. We'll have the Ontario final agreement and negotiations update. That'll be presented by Katrina Langvin, the manager. 11:45, we'll go to the education theme, Migizi Dudem. We'll have a presentation on Jordan's Principle. That'll be led by Paige Sillaby, Director of Education. We'll take a 1-hour lunch break. And then we come back at 1 p.m. We will have the Chiefs Circle, Chief and Proxy Circle. That'll be led by Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage. Again, that will be, I'll get Chief DeBasage to explain that as we start that process. On the agenda, there is mention there of regional meeting resolutions. I believe my understanding is that there are resolutions that are already out there, and if those are some of the things that you wish to discuss, that's potentially something that you can talk about. But it's not necessarily a forum to bring forward resolutions, but just to have an open discussion on any topics that you'd like to talk about. And then at 2:30, we'll have a health break. 2:45, we'll come back with the theme being legal, Shigen Dudem. We'll have the UNDRIP report and additions to reserve. We'll have that led by Fred Balfoyle, Director of Legal, as well as Todd Lewis, the Director of Policy. We'll have Crystal Stevens, Anishinabek Nation Legal Counsel, talking about the Ontario Labor Board. And then Bill 5, Grand Council Chief Linda DeBasage, Fred Balfoyle, Director of Legal. And then we have a guest speaker at 3:45. We have Sergeant Starks, the Indigenous recruiter, Canadian Armed Forces, and Private DeBasage, the 4th Division Indigenous Advisor, Canadian Armed Forces. And that'll be at 3:45. At 4 o'clock, the closing comments from Grand Council Chief DeBasage, Deputy Grand Council Chief Plain, and the co-chairs. So that'll wrap us up at the end of day 2. Day 3 on Thursday, June 5th, again, very important to start at 5 a.m. with the sunrise ceremony. 8 a.m. we'll have the hot breakfast. 9 o'clock we'll start. We'll do a recap of day 2. 9:15, the Ajajak Dudem, of course, the theme dealing with political. We'll have Todd Lewis, Director of Policy, talking about Anishinabek Nation priorities report, the provincial priorities, the federal priorities, and then open up for discussion on rights recognition going forward. There will also be a resolution brought forward dealing with political advocacy mandates, and that will be introduced by Southwest Regional Chief Joe Muskokoman, as well as Todd Lewis, Director of Policy. We'll have a health break at 10:45, and then at 11 a.m. we'll have Minister Greg Rickford from Ontario. Oh, thought I heard a chuckle there, but we'll see how that goes. But we do have him on the agenda at 11 o'clock. And then we'll have the assembly wrap up, the flags and the traveling song and the closing protocols. So that'll be right around lunchtime. We'll see how things go, but we may close up and then have lunch that will be served. So that's the agenda before you. Chiefs, Hukumakweg, that's the agenda. So here's the process. I need a mover and a seconder, and then I will open it up if there's any questions. So just for the record, for this one, if I can have you approach the microphone. I know it's a little bit of a walk, but if I can just state your name and nation for the record. Yeah, get your steps in for today. We have a gentleman. Thank you. Microphone on the floor, please.
Oh.
Well, we might have to come over and
You get his steps into.
turn on the microphone. No, it's on from our end.
Been muted.
Although we can hear you, we want you on the record. Just
Nokomis, Kokam, Jijak, Doram, Katagon, ZB, Ojibwa, Ojibwe, and Dow. Garden River First Nation, I'm going to move the agenda. Miigwech.
Seconder.
Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I think a lot of us were on Queen's Park yesterday, and there was a demonstration against Bill 5. I was hoping if we could maybe have some time on the agenda today to add a discussion or a session on the discussion of Bill 5 and what our reaction might be to it, especially if Greg Rickford is going to be here on the third day. It'd be great if we had some sort of action plan to present. I'm just hoping that we can find some place today to perhaps discuss Bill 5 and our response. Other than that, I'd be able to second the agenda.
Okay, miigwech. So we have a mover and a seconder. So the recommendation is we discuss Bill 5. I know there's a slight reference to Bill 5 on day 2, but the recommendation is that we actually add it on day 1 is the recommendation. So just looking at the agenda, again, it's a packed agenda. We're a little bit behind already, but it's important to deal with that. I'm hearing today. We were looking at this. One of the options was maybe before lunch, and the agenda item before lunch is a matter dealing with policing, but I've been advised that that's a very important issue as well. And we do have guests coming in to make that presentation on policing. So we could do it right after lunch at 1 o'clock. That's another option. Now, just a reminder, we're going to get behind, and it's important to finish by 4:15 so that we can be ready for the protocol starting at 5 o'clock, and that's going to take all evening. So we can do it either after lunch, or another thought, Chiefs, this is your meeting though, is that we take a very short break, we grab our lunch, and then we continue on and have a lunch meeting and have that discussion while we have the meal. That's the other option. So we can meet through lunch. I see a thumbs up, or we can come back at 1 o'clock. Are we okay meeting through lunch? Okay, good. Hukumakweg, I see you rolling up your sleeves. Get down to business. So thank you. So we'll do it that way. So that's the one amendment on the agenda. We'll add discussion on Bill 5 at 12 o'clock. Any more comments or discussion on the agenda? I don't see any. Last call. Oh, I've got to keep monitoring online to make sure if there's any comments or questions online. I don't see any hands raised. Just a reminder online, if you'd like to raise a point or have any questions, and I'm looking at the screen, just hit the raise hand function. Otherwise, I see no more discussion. So all in favor of the motion, this is just a motion to accept the agenda as amended with a slight change. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, any opposition? See none, abstentions? Okay, so motion is carried. We will go with the agenda as amended. So I think that's it for me. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Sherry.
Miigwech, Adam. Okay, we'll move right into the agenda. We'll do welcome and opening remarks. I'll call up Grand Council Chief Linda Dubosky. Manoka Sheba Gwet Kanawaya, Chimi Gwet Kanawaya Gavajait Mompi, Manawa virtually Abajat Chenendum Gavajait. Bojo Wase Aben Dishnakas, Sadik Dodem, Chiging Donjaba, Gama Kwaidendao. In line with our Goodway Wangazid Anishinaabe, before I start my opening comments, we are one family and we lost a family member not too long ago. So I would ask the assembly and those that are here observing to help us with a moment of silence for one of our Gimok, the late Chief Joel Wabagwan from Thessalon. He has joined our ancestors in the spirit world and works to guide us right now. So I just ask for a moment of silence before we formally start this agenda. Miigwech. Miigwech. I'd like to acknowledge all of our beautiful Monda Kweok Minoa Monda Nanook in our assembly and our participants in the room here and online who are watching. I'd like to acknowledge our leadership on the line that we have joining us. We can't see who's on the line here, so I'd like to acknowledge Chief Brent Niganabi from Mississauga First Nation, Mississauga, Chief Patsy Corbier from Ondekumnakoning, Chief Rhonda Williams-Lovett from Moose Deer Point First Nation, and we have Proxy Kim Alick from Chiging First Nation and Proxy Ted Snake from Rama First Nation. So we do have a large attendance here today, and I want to say Chimigwech for that. I'd like to call upon my regional chiefs to join me and deputy as well. We all spoke a year ago about being united and standing together for all of our nations and really listening to our communities and really working for our communities and remembering why we're here. And I want to acknowledge our team here, but also our board members who form our complete leadership council. I'll start to my left, Chief Louis Quiswa from Netmizagam Anishinabek. He's a board member for Northern Superior. We also have Chief Jerry Duquette from Dokis, who's the Lake Huron board member. Jim Bob Marsden, who is our southeast board member. He is joining us online. Echo, echo, echo. And Chief Kimberly Brissett from our Southwest region. So that forms our, and Tim Amanika from Wequemcong, that forms our leadership council. We know we're a bit behind, so I'm going to keep my comments as brief as I can. And throughout, what I will reserve on behalf of all of us is reserve the right to make some comments during the agenda with our chair in order to be a bit more brief this morning. So it's been a very busy year. We started very quickly into a Chiefs of Ontario Assembly where we saw the election of our Ontario Regional Chief. Following that was the AFN Assembly. Quickly, we got many updates from our administrative staff, as well as our commissioners on where things were at. All of us have traveled to all of our communities, most of all of our communities. I'm almost there for all of the direct community visits for myself, and I'm hoping to complete that over the summer. We've had a series of regional meetings very quickly into our term to determine what our priorities are. Our regional meetings, we've had 2 rounds of them, one for the priorities and the general updates. We've also been working on the Indian residential school file and continuing to raise that advocacy profile. I've been working on advocacy for our Great Lakes and our waters. There is a need, some time ago, maybe a decade or so more ago, our Anishinaabeg Nation leadership met with the Indian tribes of the US. And an accord was signed, an agreement, a relationship, and that hasn't been done since. And listening to the elders and Shikaba as well, he always wanted to bring that back together. And the place we are in today with the US and Canada, I believe that there is a great opportunity to repolish that relationship with our nations across the border, and in the hopes that we collectively work on the Great Lakes together and to perhaps realize some opportunities for our communities for economic development. I've had preliminary conversations with Wisconsin tribes who were signatories to that accord, and they're willing to help on their end to help our nation come together like we did before. And when we did that before, we erected a pole in Garden River at the time, and we had agreed to meet. So I believe and feel that it's time we repolish those relationships amongst our Anishinaabe people across the border. Attending many different things, but the focus on relevancy for Anishinaabeg Nation and unity for Anishinaabeg Nation has been many of our priorities, but also looking at different opportunities for our nations, for the leadership, and working in a better way to support our leadership and your members. One of the things we did differently this year is we invited all of our, I don't like to use the word entities, but for this purpose, we invited our entities, our Anishinaabeg education system, Cognosawin, Moknagon, and Health Transformation to meet with us. When we talk, Getset talked about the Jaganash way in Anishinaabe at both ceremonies last night, this morning, and his opening comments. And when Godoy Gazette was created and the way Shikaba drew out what that looked like, that was our family, and these are rooms in our homes. And I remember that way back when he carried us through those teachings. From an Anishinaabe perspective, we've created rooms to our homes with the Anishinaabek Education Agreement, with Cognosawin, with Health Transformation, with Bamoknagon. We either created them or are building them. From an Anishinaabe perspective, those are rooms of our lodge, of our home, like our homes where we live. The corporate thinking, that Jognosh way of thinking, is considering them very separate and apart from this Grand Council, where the mandates came from, where these ideas and directions were created and birthed by our leadership on behalf of their citizens, our citizens. And, you know, I think we're struggling with that a little bit. I was told, you know, by Getsit to be honest and truthful when holding this pipe. And I will be honest and truthful that part of our challenges is that unity amongst our rooms in the houses. I think the rooms are there, but I think there's a wall without a door to make sure we have that free flow of what we're creating for the nation and our people. And in my view, and what I've experienced in the last year, has created almost division amongst ourselves. And that is something we cannot do. Another teaching that I received in this year is about the unity of our leaders, of our communities within the Anishinaabek Nation, the importance of staying strong together as a family through thick and thin, but also not fighting amongst each other. What are the principles of being Anishinaabe? What are the principles of the Anishinaabek Nation? We cannot fall into the tactics of settler governments to create a conquer and divide regime amongst our own. And we see that them doing that quite well, and that's what makes them stronger. And that's what causes our giant to sleep. Being together, working together, respecting each other, and our collective responsibility of stewards of the land is vitally important. And I know, even in my experience of being chief, we try to protect the little we've been assigned, not by our choice, the little bits we have, but we've learned and we've been empowered to understand that these areas are also treaty areas. And, you know, some of these treaty areas overlap, but as Regional Chief McLeod always points out, treaties are between the nations and the settler state. Those treaties are not to create division amongst our own people. For those to happen, you know, treaties amongst ourselves could be an answer. And I want to acknowledge Netmazogming and Bingtagong. They invited me to their second annual treaty gathering, and they've created a treaty amongst themselves to work as true partners in the stewardship of their lands and respecting each other's decision. And they consult with each other on what they're doing, where it impacts the other. So I just want to acknowledge that work that's being done by our communities. And I just want to say miigwech for teaching us that and inviting us to experience the ceremony, being part of ceremony, and looking at how our communities truly can work together and show government how to do it right. So miigwech. Yeah, I think I'll stop there, but I do want to recognize two of our only staff members in the political office, and they're in the back not listening because they're busy working. Oh, they're there. Todd Lewis, if you can stand up. For the chiefs, this is Todd Lewis. He's our Director of Policy. He works very hard. He's available. He works directly with staff and, you know, provides advice and support, strongly rooted in Anishinaabe teachings and many years of experience. And for our leadership, you can reach out to him anytime for anything. He's there, and if he doesn't know, he'll figure it out. And our other staff member I want to acknowledge is Lynn Bowerman. She's in the back. She was actually retired when I asked her to come and help. And she spent many years supporting our leadership within the Anishinaabek Nation. So she's very familiar um, with our roles and responsibilities and really supports our team here and keeping us straight. And she's always, doing a good job chasing after me for things I've missed. So she's another person that can be reached out to for anything. And lastly, I just want to say to our leadership, we're here to work for you. We're here to help support and advocate for you. We're here to listen, take your direction, and act upon it. And understanding that things come up like Bill 5. We may not have an official resolution in this assembly, but we've raised and continue to raise those issues, and we're seeing that support from our nations to give us that comfort and being able to go up ahead, do that advocacy while our communities are, supporting those efforts as well at home. And, to our leadership, Chimigwech, to you and to your families for sharing you with all of us and our nations. Um, I can't say that enough. Our children miss us when we're gone. And, we always need to always be there for our children and grandchildren. So I just want to acknowledge also to my own family for sharing me with everybody and understanding they can't see me all the time. So Jimmy Gwetch for that. And I'll turn to the rest of our deputy, and then to our regional chiefs who are part of a really incredible team. Jimmy Gwetch.
Miigwech Grand Chief, don't know if you noticed a little bit earlier, she said, "Can I look at your notes?" She wanted to see what I was gonna say, so I'm gonna have to exclude what she copied. Minot Kajeb, no, maybe in the afternoon now. Gwindamaga Indigenous Cause, Hamjanong Donjaba, Anike, Anishinabek, Gima and Dow, Anishinaabe and Dow. Just gives me great pleasure to welcome everybody here today, to see so many people make themselves present. I know there's a number of people online, but I'd like to welcome everybody to the territory I come from, the Southwest. Very proud of our territory. We have the smallest region within the Anishinaabek Nation. We only have 4 communities, but our population is roughly about 8 to 9,000 collectively between those First Nations. So, and I see a number of them here today. So, welcome to all of our Southwest delegates, and of course everybody who's traveled. I'd like to acknowledge our sacred items, our Eagle staff, the sacred items in the room, our elders, our veterans, our youth, and our chiefs, proxies, and council members. Welcome. I wanted to acknowledge our chairs, our co-chairs. We have second to none in Adam Fiddler. We know he comes from a different territory, but when you have the opportunity to get the best, you do that. And he's proven time and time again of his worthiness to chair meetings. And to my old babysitter, Sherry Crowley, she used to babysit me, her and her sisters, until we got a little bit too old, and then we had to switch to male babysitters with me and my brothers. But Sherry was, she's a longtime council member at Amjanong, and I didn't know she recently retired. So congratulations, Sherry, and well deserved. And I'd like to acknowledge my chief as well for being here and showing the support to me for most standing legal matters. So I appreciate my community's ongoing support. It's been quite the year. And of course, Richard talked a little bit this morning about some of the ceremonies we've gone through. And I just wanted to extend my appreciation to Richard and Chop and others, Rhonda, for putting together our bundles and to making sure that we're aware of the responsibilities that we have. And, I don't take the responsibilities given to me lightly, being in charge of our bundle, being in charge of our Eagle staff, sharing it, and, traveling to different communities with it. I've been to a few powwows, but I've been to all the regions now. We've had the opportunity to accept many invitations. We've been there to community events to celebrate, to grieve, to protest, for ceremony, and for meetings. It's all about balance. And when we got good things going on in communities, it doesn't take much to get in a car and drive 6 hours to go celebrate with that community about somebody, a young person in their community celebrating an accomplishment, whatever the case may be, because we are just one Anishinaabe family. So, I talked about it a little bit earlier. My treaty is almost 200 years old, 1827. We're just coming up to 200 years. And, with the likes of Bill 5, a community like mine, we come from Amjanong. Many of you understand the logistics that we face there. But 200 years, we signed our treaty. And, I'm a proud descendant of 4 of those people who signed that treaty. But, the first 100 years was all settlement. But it was the last 100 years that we've seen all the industrial development, all because of unregulated industrial development, which then led to a lot of provincial laws that were put into place to protect us, to address the issues that we had been raising for so long. So now to go against the rule of law, to break their own laws, is something that I'm glad Chief Simpson, wants to be brought to the floor, because a community like mine, developed without any regulations, is going to end up being your communities next. And if, you just have to look at the mandate of the provincial government and understand, where they're coming from and where they want to go. So it's ultimately up to us to protect our lands and resources for our future generations. We've had both provincial and federal elections, and right out of the gate comes these bills, and I don't think Mr. Carney's far behind in drafting bills to go before Parliament, to go before the House, similar to what we see in Bill 5. And you can't tell me that they didn't draft these bills and introduce them prior to them even being elected, which obviously then left us out of any discussions, and that is obviously what our concerns are. Yesterday's rally was unexpected, and a turn, and obviously not because we weren't consulted, but we've been busy along with our staff analyzing the bill, to come up with potential impacts, and all of our departments have shared in the contributions immensely to that effort, to help prepare our Grand Council chief to make those submissions to the committees. And, one thing for certain, Grand Chief talked about it a little bit. We have a dedicated staff. Al talked about it as well. There's a dedicated staff, and whether they're from the nation or not from the nation, those who are not from the nation kind of understand now the family kind of atmosphere that we have and what we're here and what we're doing, and it's a little bit different than maybe any previous job or even what they went to school for. But people are buying into this, and I can be prouder to be part of that team. And, I just wanted to make sure that all the staff that are here recognize that we as the Leadership Council appreciate your efforts. And Grand Chief talked about it. I think she took it out of one of my pages here. We did a little bit of restructuring from the last political office. She's indicated we only have 2 staff, but that gives us an opportunity now to rely more on our regional chiefs and, to have them more involved and participate more. And, with that large team effort, I'm just actually very proud to be part of it. And I just look forward to the mandate coming out of this meeting with further resolutions, and look forward to, accepting more community visits or invitations to come to your communities. I'm not quite as far along as Linda, but, I'm a little bit off the beaten path. But if you want to look at my GPS, I used to hear former Grand Council Chief Glenn Hare talk about, I put 1 million miles on my, well, I'm about 6,000 miles a month on my GPS, and but it's all work related, and but I'm glad that my family is growing and affords me that opportunity to make myself available for the work that I've been chosen to do. So with that, miigwech, and I wish you all good luck or good week.
Chief and Regional Chief Joe Muskokaman, I'll call on you next. We are in his territory, and collectively, the leadership of this area elected to have this assembly here. So I'll turn it over to Chief Joe.
Thank you very much, Grand Council Chief. First of all, on behalf of the Southwest Chiefs, I would like to welcome everyone in person and virtually to our region. The Southwest is unique in a number of ways. One way that is just now coming to prominence is that this is the fastest growing area in Canada outside of the GTA. We're having the largest industrial boom, the largest housing needs, the largest amount of influx of people coming to reside within this territory than any place in Canada. And so the changes that are going to be upon us, upon our First Nations, upon our treaties, the pressure that it's going to place in terms of exercising our rights, and I warn our friends of the North, if you want to see what you're going to look like, look at us. Every time there is another corridor put through your treaty, every time there is another transmission line put through, every time there's another road built, every time there is another rezoning taking place by municipalities, every time the provincial government puts down their land policy that the municipalities have to adhere to, your rights are going to shrink. Your rights will continue to shrink. And it is at the cost of the spirit of the land. It is at the cost of our future generations. It will be at the cost of our environment. It will be at the cost of the water. Who will pay for that? Because those are costs that are never taken onto the balance sheet. Those are costs that are never attributed to population growth and expansion. Those are the costs of industrialization. And we face today, my family, we face today a dual threat. One from the federal side and one from now in the provincial side known as Bill 5. That is going to set up these economic zones. And as other people have said, at the cost of what? They will once again build their economies on our backs. They will once again prosper at the cost of our children. They will once again throw aside the values that they claim that they represent in respect for the water and the nature and the animals and the land. They will throw that up in the air. Virginia, beware. We are entering dangerous times. As the Grand Council Chief said, we must stand together as a family. Now more than ever. And we need to tell the story to our children. We need to pass those stories, that history, our legacy, our determination. We must pass that on. I look forward to each of you contributing to this discussion over the next 3 days. And I hope you all will. And don't be afraid to stand up and repeat something that has already been said, because it needs to be said time and time and time and time again. until I listen. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Zongizi de Goma Kokterum, Pujab Exagi Anishinabek. I want to acknowledge the elders' comments this morning and as well as the sacred items we have and the muck we have in the room, and of course our grassroots people. You know, Joe's a hard act to follow. He is because he pretty well hits the nail on the head. So I'm just going to go with the stuff I've been doing for the last year. So we're gathered today. We're gathered here today with a shared purpose to protect our lands, our waters, and our inherent rights. For centuries, the Anishinaabe Nation has stood firm in its responsibility to be caretakers of Mother Earth, ensuring balance, sustainability, and well-being of our future generations. And this duty has never been more critical today. We face mounting challenges, environmental threats, resource extraction pressures, policies that fail to recognize the depth of our connection to the land, water, and environment. But today, we reaffirm our commitment to advocacy, to leadership, and to preservation of Mother Earth, that who sustains us. Across our territories, aerial spraying continues to pose risk to our health and ecosystems. Glyphosate is a widely used herbicide and is contaminating our food, forest, and water. This is simply not an environmental issue. It's a matter of sovereignty, of the right to protect the lands and waters that have sustained us from time immemorial. The federal reassessment of glyphosate must include the voices of our First Nation communities. Our waters, sacred and life-giving, are at risk. The Person of Water Initiative seeks to recognize the inherent rights of our lakes and rivers and to give them legal standing as living entities. Water is more than a resource. It's a relative, a lifeblood that nourishes the land, our people. If we do not act now, we risk losing what cannot be replaced. And I think that's what Joe had mentioned as well within his glorious speech. Mining, forestry, and other industries continue to encroach upon our territories. The Anishinaabe Nation is strengthening its capacity through GIS mapping and values identification, ensuring that our communities have the tools and resources to participate in resource management decisions, advocate for our rights, and protect our traditional lands from harm. Advocacy is not passive, it is a force. It is the work that we do every day for our First Nations, ensuring food security through agricultural initiatives such as greenhouse projects to build self-sufficiency, and engaging in discussions to shape policies that affect First Nations lands and resources. The Anishinaabe Ontario Resource Management Council provides a platform for the Anishinaabe Nation First Nations to guide national resources policy, advocating for the Anishinaabe Nation First Nation on harvesting rights and resource use. The Chiefs Committee on Environment continues to advance strategic initiatives like the Great Lakes Freshwater Ecosystem Initiatives. We are moving forward, not waiting for the change to be handed to us, but taking the lead and shaping it. And imagine a future where Anishinaabe communities are the primary caregivers of our sacred lands, the Kinamagi Wapkang, the Petrichor Provincial Park, where our youth can continue the legacy of the water protection, where our lands and resources and food systems are sustained not by external decisions, but by First Nations. This is the future. That future is within reach, and we need to commit to that. The responsibility is ours. We must engage. We must challenge policies that threatens our lands. We must fight for recognition, for protection, and the right to determine the future of our territories. The time for advocacy is now. The time for action is now, and together we will safeguard our legacy. Shmiigwech.
Onin Kinowayo. Zongabwe Dijnakas. Bising Dunjurba. Good morning, everybody. First, I just want to thank the chiefs of the region that have invited us here in their territory. Chimigwich for that, and of course, all our sacred items. Want to thank the Creator for allowing me to get up one more day and fight the good fight. I drove up this morning. I rode up on my motorcycle from Toronto this morning, and it was nice. It's always a good place for me to reflect, because I'm by myself and I'm in my head, where sometimes it's hard to get out of. But I did snap out of it because when you're on a motorcycle, you quickly realize when you're in farm country, the air is it's got a smell to it. You don't notice that as much when you're in a vehicle, but on a motorcycle you do. It's been a crazy couple of weeks since we found out about Bill 5. As many of you know, we gathered yesterday. I've been asked to bring a couple messages this morning on behalf of Saul Mamakwa. He called me late last night, just before I was going to bed, and I was watching the news and watching the First Minister's meeting that was going on, listening to Doug Ford speak. At which time I realized something, because in between the news segments, there was a commercial, and I realized that I think the Flex Seal guy is Doug Ford. I was listening to them talk, and they sounded seamlessly the same person. But so Saul called me, and he was very emotional. Saul's been carrying a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he wanted me to send his thanks for all the people that stood behind him and supported his fight in their government. And he wanted to let people know that sometimes it's very lonely as a government official in being Anishinaabe. And it was very important to him personally to see all the support that we gave him. So, I think it's important to know that, because, as political leaders here in this circle, we feel strength because we're surrounded by our own. But some of our leaders, like Saul, are not surrounded, and they're in a foreign house that has rules that contradict ours. As you heard, he was asked to leave yesterday, the chambers, for speaking the truth. What he said was that the Premier Ford was saying some untruths about his respect for treaty and his respect for Indigenous people. That's all he said. And the Speaker of the House was told that they have to give him a warning, and that he had to, I forget the political term, withdraw his comments. The thing they didn't know, and the thing that they don't understand, is that Saul was speaking with an eagle feather in his hand. And by our protocol and our rules, Saul cannot speak anything but the truth. And so he stood up not only for us, he stood up for our protocol, for our beliefs, for our way of doing things. As a result, they asked them to leave the house. That should tell us a lot about their house and how different things are when you can't even speak the truth in there. We come here and we speak the truth because we are told from a very young age that Debowin, the truth is one of the most important things, one of our most important teachings, but yet that house does not allow it. So we need to think about that, and we need to talk about this in our discussions. And I thank Chief Simpson for raising that and adding it to the agenda. Saul messaged me just before I got here this morning to let me know that they sat late into the evening last night and the majority government conservatives basically threw all the rules at them, amended the rules so that very little debate could go on and that they could push this through. As a result, it looks like it's going to be passed tomorrow afternoon. Not Thursday. He couldn't say for 100% certainty, but he said it'll most likely be passed tomorrow afternoon. So I want you to think about that as we go into the discussion on Bill 5. I question whether we even want Mr. Rickford in this room. But if we do, I ask one thing, is that we make him hold an eagle feather when he speaks. We tell him that our rules is you speak the truth. So let's discuss that in the agenda item regarding Bill 5. Miigwech.
Ani Bosho. Ani Bosho, Kwe. Nigani Makwa Kwe Indigenous Cause. Makwan Dodam, Amadish Kodeyang, Dunjaba. Good morning. My name is Marcia Smoke. I'm the Southeast Regional Chief for the Anishinaabek Nation. Miigwech to the Getsit and to the medicines, to the words of wisdoms that were shared with us this morning. I'd like to acknowledge the veterans and the ancestors that are here amongst us. I want to say that I appreciate being pointed out that everything we do is all about the land. That's something that's always front and center with me whenever I engage in any of the work that I carry out. It's been 1 year since I've been in this position, and since I joined you in this family circle. I'm really grateful to be able to work with the Algonquin, the Chippewa, and the Potawatomi nations within our Anishinaabek family. And I appreciate the time that they've given me to be able to find that good way to work with them and share what I learn from this position that I'm in and seek their guidance on issues that are important to everyone. It's been a good time over the past year with new leadership, with going through a process where there was much to review in terms of how the Anishinaabek Nation is, what its functions are and its roles, and how we bring this our nation back into the powerful role that we once were, powerful nation. there were a lot of questions. I had a lot of questions. There's been good input and direction from communities through the regional meetings, through the fall assembly, our leadership council meetings, and discussions with staff and conversations among many of you who we've been able to stand for 5 minutes or, sit together for an hour and share experiences. I appreciate that that we had that time to get to know each other. I came into this role a year ago after basically being in business for my whole life, but also in politics. But I had taken a hiatus for a few years, and so I thought I forgot a lot. I thought I would have to be on a learning curve, but it's amazing how quickly everything comes back to you, especially when it's your inherent right, because you know exactly what you need to do. So in the last year, we've undergone a lot of reviews of a lot of issues and a lot of situations. And gradually we moved into the portfolio areas where we would be helpful to work with staff and work with First Nations. And one of those portfolios that I had an opportunity to participate in was with the governance group on citizenship. And it was last year that I listened to, I was sitting in the weeds where I usually am, somewhere in the back, listening to the presentations last year, and I was really taken aback by the presentation made by Commissioner Jeanette Corbière-Laval, and how she still had that strong determination that she had as a young woman when she first brought this issue to save our families, save our future. And it's been an interesting journey for me as I've been able to work with the team that's working on citizenship, and basically with the understanding what I was taught, and that was to never leave anyone behind. It's something that my mother taught me when I was very young. She taught all of us that. And throughout time in this role, citizenship, we're going to be dealing with that as a full agenda item later on. But I just want to say that the work that's being done is, for me, it's important that it's based on work of inclusion rather than exclusion, because we have a lot of family members out there who have been left behind because of the laws of the government, and that law that was put in place in the 1800s. And we think that present day Indian Act that was, that we're working with is the one that's there on the table. But that Indian Act, our people are being challenged over a section of the Indian Act to this day in court that existed in 1896. So we think that we're working in the present, but the government is still working in the past, and they're still trying to find those ways to limit our people, limit our families, limit who will be recognized to be able to speak out about our families, our communities, the issues that we face. So on the, just briefly on that, I do want to say that Bill 38 is something that our Grand Chief had communicated with the former Minister of Indigenous Services Canada to get that bill through back into the parliamentary system. Unfortunately, it didn't. It basically died on the order table when the government was prorogued in January for the election. But last week, that same piece of legislation, there may be some amendments to it, but that was reintroduced in the Senate last week. And this bill is about enfranchisement. And there's a lot of communities, and some more than others, that have more members that are going to be affected by this. Across the country, there's approximately 3,500 people that are entitled to be registered based on the rights that were taken away from them during enfranchisement. So the other part about that is that the Auditor General has been doing an assessment on Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations. And what they've been doing is they've been basically looking at how examining how Indigenous Services has been doing their job in dealing with the whole issue of registration. And that report is going to come out on June the 10th. And after that is out, once government has a chance to examine what those findings are, they'll then look at how they're going to work towards second generation cutoff. And that's work that, again, Jeanette and the governance team with Dave, Shawana, and others have been following and being involved with all along. I'll leave that on the citizenship for now. But I do want to talk about housing. And it's when we had our regional meetings last fall, we asked our communities, we asked the chiefs in the Southeast region what their priorities were, and everyone talked about housing. And and what we found was throughout all of the regional meetings, most areas raised the issue of housing. So just the way that I do things, I came back to the Anishinaabek Nation. I asked, okay, we've got all of these reports from Chiefs of Ontario. We've got reports from the Assembly of First Nations saying we have this amount of money that is needed to satisfy the housing needs in our regions. But I asked, where did the numbers come from? Where did, you know, and not only where do the numbers come from, but what is the Anishinabek Nation's number? How much, if there's all these billions of dollars that are, you know, that are due for housing for the Anishinabek Nation, how much does that represent for us? So I'm not able to get an answer yet, but what I was able to learn was that at some point in the past, perhaps for capacity reasons, I don't know what the reasons is, that mandate from the Anishinabek Nation was shifted over to the Chiefs of Ontario. And so this is why I was unable to be able to find enough information to be able to work with the Southeast Chiefs to look at where's that base that I start to be able to look at what those housing needs are and where, and, you know, without having that data, you know, you can't even do a strategy to be able to figure out the next steps. So, you know, when I've spoke to the Grand Chief about it, and I've raised it in our Leadership Council meetings before, and I'm very happy that our Grand Chief is working with the staff to be able to find a way to bring that mandate back to the Anishinaabek Nation, where we can actually do the work that you've asked us to do, and that it's, you know, not shifted over to the City of Toronto to be able to you know, figure out what First Nations in our communities needs are. So that, to me, that's you know, something that is going to be dealt with on the agenda as well later on. And then the last thing I want to talk about is when I looked at all the resolutions, when I looked at the issues that we have, you know, quite often resourcing is a huge problem and a real shortfall in many areas. And it has to do with structures that we want to build in communities or that communities want to see built. It has to do with support in being able to hire people to be able to satisfy some of the needs in communities. And those resources just aren't there. And there's so much reliance on federal and provincial governments that you know, there's a lot of things get missed and a lot of things governments don't have the budget for, or they limit the amount of money that is available. So I've been looking at alternate sources of funding, and throughout the the years past, I've worked with First Nations before on looking at what's available in the charitable sector through foundations and through private corporations. And those funds can be accessed. There's over $1 billion a year that these groups give out just because they want to be able to give back to the community. Many of them are you know, there are allies out there, and that accessing those funds would be through. We've got the Seven Generations Charity. I'm not really familiar with how that works, but that could be an avenue. But also communities who have qualified donee status are also eligible to apply for those funds. So I want to finish off really quickly because my time is up and I think I used up somebody else's time. But thank you very much, and I appreciate the people that I work with, the people that we walk with. I appreciate working with the communities and the chiefs in the Southeast region, and I really appreciate the support they show me, and to say miigwech. Thank you.
In seconds, I just want to acknowledge the attendance of our Ontario Regional Chief. He will be sharing some comments later on, but I just wanted to acknowledge that he's here. I think, you know, we extended invitation, our ORC responds, we extended invitation to many other people that I know our chiefs want to talk to, and they've all declined. So I think that shows us something. Miigwech.
Okay, miigwech for that good work that you all the chiefs in their regions are working hard and advocating for our communities, and your hard work is surely not going unnoticed. I'd like to bring your attention to the agenda. We are over an hour behind. On the agenda, we're at the part of our break. However, we're going to continue moving forward. There is snacks out there, so if you do need to have something quick to eat, I'll let you go in and do that. But I also would like to acknowledge Ogama Keith Knott from Curve Lake. It's his birthday today, so I do want to say that and give him a nice round of applause. And when you see him throughout the day, give him a nice hug and wish him a happy birthday. I was saying if I had a Marilyn Monroe voice, I'd sing him his happy birthday, but I don't. Okay, moving forward with our business. I am going to make a motion here to move into, is this your notes? That we move go right into open up the Union of Ontario Indian Business. I would need a mover and a seconder to move into the corporate business. Can I have someone go up to the mic so we can continue moving forward? We are going into the Union of Ontario Indian.
Hi, Chief Kimberly Brissett, Kedon Stony Point First Nation. I move.
Thank you, Kimberly. Ogama.
Chief Kelly LaRocca, Scugog Island First Nation. I'll second it.
Perfect, thank you. So I have a mover and a seconder. Okay, I'm going to call up Alan Dukes in the intern chief executive officer in regards to the audit process update.
I've been told to make it brief, so I was gonna sing Chief, not happy birthday, but I'll have to pass. So we have I have a few things to take care of this morning for you with respect to the corporate business. I'll be providing you with an audit process update. That's simply a report. I'll move in, turn it back to the co-chairs to move through the appointment of auditor resolution. And then we'll move on to the review and acceptance of the UI corporate minutes, and then into a bylaw amendment approval with Fred Balfour, our legal counsel. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge our Union of Ontario Indians Treasury Board. I know for certain that our Secretary Treasurer, Dwayne Nashkawa, who is a member of Saugeen First Nation and had previously served with the Treasury Board and is now on board back with us. I'm not sure. Dwayne, are you still in the room? Oh, he's back there waving his hand. Dwayne has started with us back in the fall of 2024, and it's been a pleasure working with Dwayne on the financial matters, along with the remainder of the Treasury Board, who are your Southwest Region Rep, Liz Cloud from Chippewa, Kettle, and Stony Point First Nation, the Southeast Region Rep, Phyllis Williams from Curve Lake First Nation, your Northern Superior Rep, Chief Helen Pavlov from Namagusa First Nation, and your Lake Huron Rep, Brennan Houston from Nipissing First Nation. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge former Secretary Treasurer Gary Dokis, who, as some of you may know, has moved on to fill the role of CEO at the Anishinaabe Nation, and he's up in Thunder Bay now. And Gary has provided filled a number of roles in the organization over the years. So, Chimiigwech, Gary, for your contributions over the years. If I could get the PowerPoint presentation up for the audit, or sorry, for the audit process overview, please. There's no PowerPoint? Okay, that's fine. I'll just go off my PowerPoint here. So if you're, for those familiar with the normal process in the past, the purpose of the presentation today is to provide you with an overview of the historic process and timelines for the annual audit process, the challenges that we've experienced in the past with that process, and a new approved process that we brought forward to the Anishinaabek Nation Leadership Council that's been approved. And so we want to report on that to ensure that you are informed about why you're not being presented the audit today, and where that will be presented moving forward, and how that process is going to occur and why. So historically, the process has been in place for over 25 years. I recall this when I first started at the Union of Ontario Indians, and essentially has not been adjusted, except for in 2020 during the pandemic. If you recall that audit was presented in the summer of 2020. The impact of the organization has grown over the last couple of decades significantly, and that has posed a challenge. That challenge has resulted in an increase in transactions, as you probably know from working within your communities, coupled with more stringent auditing procedures and requirements for the auditing firms, has made the timeframes very difficult to meet, to move from March 31st into presenting you an audit at the corporate meeting here today. The historic timeframes that have contributed to challenges are as follows. There's been an increased risk of errors. There has been an increased risk of financial statements not being accurate. There's been increased audit cost fees. For example, in the last fiscal year, we nearly doubled the amount of hours spent on the audit by the auditing firm simply due to the amount of work it was taking, the compressed timeframes for both staff and for the auditing firm to meet the tight timeframes. That's all. In addition, we've seen increased overtime for staff working in our finance department, as well as we're seeing the same challenges with the auditing firms that I'll touch on in a minute. So for us to better understand the challenges, myself in the role of interim CEO and our director of finance, Mohammed Zubair Mughal, met with the auditors of KPMG, Derek D'Angelo, to identify the challenge and map out a new process forward. We originally thought that we would introduce this in the next fiscal year, but it became very evident that it would require more immediate attention. So we brought forward a plan to the Anishinaabek Nation Leadership Council as follows. The amended process and timeline for the current fiscal year audit, and of course, these specific dates would be modified on a year-by-year basis according to the calendar year. So for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2025, the final general ledger was due to the auditors on May 26, 2025. I can confirm that was completed. Our finance team, led by our finance director, worked with our department directors to complete that work. Something that was challenging in the past, but we were able to meet that deadline. And the audit started yesterday, June 2nd, and will continue through June 13th. Okay. Added challenges here. So there's all the information on the screen now for that, miigwech. So the audit is taking place June 2nd to 13th. That's currently underway. And that what we're anticipating is that the Treasury Board and Leadership Council presentation by the auditor will take place the week of June 23rd, 2025, with a motion to accept and approve the audit there. And then we would make the presentation at a duly convened membership meeting as we're doing today in the fall of 2025. We had originally contemplated and made a recommendation to Leadership Council that we could possibly do that in July. The suggestion was that we do it at the Assembly in the fall of 2025 in order to respect the Chief's time and the difficulty that you have managing the amount of the demands on your time. So that was approved. So I'm essentially reporting on that today. And I'd like to ask if there's any questions or concerns. We did this obviously in the best interest of ensuring that we have accurate, timely information and do so in a financially responsible manner, and also recognizing that it was becoming unrealistic to meet the deadline of this week, the first week of June, for your gathering. Are there any questions? Please let me know. Okay. You could turn, that's good there. Someone. So the next item is the appointment of the auditor for the fiscal year 2025-26. That's for KPMG, our current auditor. I will note that that service will be tendered for in the coming year for fiscal 2026-27. So there's a resolution for your consideration that I'll turn it over to the chairs to walk through that resolution for the appointment of the auditor for 25-26.
If we could get that resolution up on the screen. It's the audit services. Okay. Okay, let it be said, the Treasury Board for the Union of Ontario Indians have recommended the firm of KPMG for the provision of the audit services for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026. Let it be said upon that we, the Anishinabek Chief and Assembly, one, do hereby approve that the services of the firm KPMG be secured to prepare audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 of the Union of Ontario Indians. Can I have a mover and seconder? Okay, I see Janelle Namaben, Ogama Janelle Namaben, and second by Ogama Chief Kimberly Brzett. Miigwech for that. Is there any questions in regards to that? All in favor? Can I raise a hands? Is there any opposed? Any abstentions? That's carried. Miigwech.
Miigwech for that. We'll move on to the review and acceptance of the Union of Ontario Indians corporate minutes from June 3rd, 2024. Those are in your meeting kit. They're fairly straightforward. They're a summary of the motions from that meeting on June 3rd in Sudbury, Ontario. There were motions for obviously opening and closing your corporate meeting of the Union of Ontario Indians, a motion to accept the financial statements of the Union of Ontario Indians, motion to appoint the auditor, and there was an amendment to approve some bylaw amendments. They're in your kit. They're there for your review. I would suggest I turn it back over to the co-chairs. Unless you have questions about the record of that meeting, I can entertain that, but I'll turn it over to the co-chairs again.
Okay. So this is a motion to accept the minutes as presented that is in your kits and on your online. Is there any questions in regards to those minutes? Can I have a mover and seconder? Okay. I'm sorry, can you state your name? Okay, thank you. Garden River, Miigwech. Oh, Keith Knott, Miigwech, our birthday boy. Okay, is there any opposed? Any abstentions? All in favor? That's carried. Miigwech. And I'd like to call on Fred Foy. Is he here? Oh, there you are.
Ani Bojo Kokoko Deshnakas Nipsing Jinjaba. Fred Belfay, I'm the director of the legal department. So we have before us a matter concerning the amendment to the bylaws, bylaw number 1 of the Union of Ontario Indians. If you recall, last June, we amended the bylaws to change back from 4 deputies to 1 deputy. There's consequential amendments as a result, like there's numbering issues, and a number of other issues that I'll outline slowly. It's in your kit, the copy of the bylaws with, I think it has the track changes features included in those amendments. And put on my eyes. Okay, so the Leadership Council met on December 9th and did a line by line review of the bylaws and suggested changes and amendments. We tracked those changes and we made those changes. We, in our legal department, we brought forward the amended bylaws to the Leadership Council on March 26th of this year and reviewed with them the changes. They were good with the changes. It reflected what they said on December 9th. Then we went out to the regions at the regional meetings in April to obtain any further feedback, any comments, any other suggested changes. We received none, The one exception was the Superior region. We were on the agenda, prepared to present, and we ran out of time. But all the regions essentially concurred with the proposed changes. I'll give you a short summary of those changes. First one, there's nothing very substantive at all. Addition of a table of contents. There was some grammar changes and pronoun corrections to modernize the wording of the bylaw. There was a bunch of numbering mistakes, repetition of numbers of paragraphs resulting from all the changes. The reference to the Elders Council was moved to a special category called councils and committees. The one change I think that was most substantive, and it really wasn't, it was just clarification, make it clearer, was paragraph 47. It talked about removal of the Grand Council chief. How do you do that? And it wasn't too clear whether it was 2/3 of the members as a quorum or 2/3 of the members passing a resolution. So what we spoke to Leadership Council, we spoke to the regions, and essentially the clarification was it's a special resolution which has 2/3 of the members to remove the Grand Council chief. And there's a parallel clause related to Deputy Grand Council chief, so we amended that as well to be clearer on that point. So in a nutshell, those are the changes, and they're in your kit. And we have a motion or a resolution rather that goes with this. Miigwech.
If I could have that resolution brought up. Yep, I have that. Just so that it's also in your packages. Let it be said upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chief and Assembly, direct the Union of Ontario Indians Corporate Bylaw number 1 dated June 3rd, 2025 as accepted. Seeing no questions, can I have a mover and seconder? Can I have you state your name? Okay, Miigwech. Seconder? Tanner. I have a seconder. Is there any additional questions? All in favor? Oh, one more. Chief Tanner Simpson. Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? It's all it's carried. Miigwech. Okay, so I'll pass this over to Adam. Okay.
Miigwech, Sherry. So we're going to move right along. The next, actually, we need a motion to come out of that session. I'll go ahead and do it. Motion to come out of that session. Mover. Can I have a mover? Sorry, state your name. Okay, Chief Maven. Seconder. Chief Knott. We got that. Motion to come out of in camera. Any opposition? None? Okay, so sorry. We were not in camera. What am I talking about? Motion to come out of that corporate session. Thank you. Is any opposition to that? None? Okay, so we are now out of that corporate session. Now we have to do another one. So another very quick corporate update. This is the Anishinaabeg Nation 7 Generations charity corporate meeting. So we need another motion to go into that corporate meeting. Can I have a mover? You got that, Chief Brissett in the back? Okay, seconder? You got that? Okay. Any opposition? No opposition. So we are now in the corporate session. So I'm going to give it back to Alan. Alan Dokis is going to come back and we'll try and make it quick. This is sort of a summary, and then we'll get right to the resolution.
Miigwech, this should be the last time you hear from me, unless you have questions. So with that, we'll follow sort of a similar process, save for the there's no bylaw amendments. We at the Union of Ontario Indians provide operational services to the Anishinaabeg Nation 7th-generation charities. That's why we present. We manage that operation on their behalf. I just want to point out that the manager, Jason Ristoul, is at the back of the room. Jason, if you can stand up. There's a report in your kit. If you have questions about the charity, that's the person you see about the details of the charity. And I'll just leave it at that. He'll be promoting upcoming events like the golf tournament. So I'll be running through again the audit process update, which is identical to the Union of Ontario Indians audit, and also the review of last year's corporate meeting minutes. So up on the screen again is the presentation. So I'll just quickly walk through that. It seems maybe a little bit repetitive, but it's important that we just walk through again. Again, noting that historically, we've run into the same challenges. This audit is done alongside the Union of Ontario Indians audit. The Union of Ontario Indians Finance Department provides the financial management support for the charity. We've run into the same challenge there. Obviously, it's not as large of an operation as the Union of Ontario Indians, but because it's done alongside that, we do it at the same time. So we went forward with that same change because of the same issues of the challenges of completing the audit, the issues and concerns about the rushed time frames to complete the audit, the concerns about costs, risks of error, challenges with overtime with staffing at our end, challenges with overtime or additional hours with the auditing firm. Again, proceeding with the same timeframes alongside the Union of Ontario Indians that for fiscal year ended March 31st, 2025, that we would, the final general ledger was due on May 26, 2025. Finance manager completed that, provided it to the auditor. The auditors are in our office for June 2nd to 13th, 2025. They're actively working this week and next, and that we would provide the same reporting to Treasury Board and Leadership Council the week of June 23rd, 2025, noting that if there's some scheduling challenges, it would be in around that date, and we would provide the same reporting time frame in the fall of 2025 that the Union of Ontario Indians would follow as well. So again, if there's questions about that, please feel free to ask me, or if you want some additional details, if you're still okay with it, you can ask me offline as well. There's no problem. I can get into some of the details. So just putting it out there as a report, and if everyone's okay with that, I would then move to the appointment of the auditor for the Anishinaabeg Nation 7th-generation charity, and I'll turn that back to Adam to walk through that resolution.
So I have to apologize. I've got too many screens open on my screen, so I'm going to wait for the resolution to be put up on the screen, and we'll go through that resolution. So I just want to make sure we have the resolution. There it is. So it's Audit Services 2025-2026. I'll go through it, and I will ask for a mover and seconder. So it reads, let it be acted upon that we, the Anishinaabeg Chiefs in Assembly, 1, do hereby approve that the services of the firm KPMG be secured to prepare audited financial statements for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026 of the Anishinaabeg Nation 7th-generation charity, Inc. So that's the resolution. Can I have a mover to the resolution? Very similar to the last. Chief Naugabo?